Morning, morning. I'll give an overview here at about 8:05 Central Time. Morning, Tupac. All right, it's 5 after 8 Central Time. Let's get into this on the overview. It has been posted in Twitch and YouTube. Those that might be joining probably can't see what was posted in there, so I'll go over it. And obviously, those that are in the private Discord room, those that are out here, obviously, if you're viewing this for free, I'm glad you are here. Hit that that subscribe button, smash it, and also subscribe so that you get updates if you're not following it while we provide these pre-overviews for free. For those that are able to come in, you will see at the same time too there's a 14-day free offer to come into the chart room if you like what you see. But let's get into the market overview before it opens. So the current inventory is mixed. You can see that in the ES chart that I have right here. A lot of back and forth. What is key as we look at this is the 3374 that is marked in the chartreuse line. This is a key pivot area, a decision point for direction. At the same time, when we're into these highs here, we have to understand what we're hitting to the left all the way to the February all-time highs to the left, and then what was lost when it moved down is in these areas of 74 and 77 and in the 80 area as well. So as we're popping up and moving back down, there's supply there, and they're making a decision on which direction they are going to go. So our 3374 is very important, and as you can see, when we pulled back up into it in the Globex for Tuesday, holding the level, coming back down, playing the level again, 74, back down, getting above it, and then re-losing it. So that's key as we are holding this area, but at the same time keeping on some lows here. We have some reference points that are going to be important to us to the left. One is we are in between right now when we're going to open the high of yesterday of 82.50 and also the low of 33.53. So we are back and forth until this changes. We are having a 2-day balance. This range, even though that it went up past yesterday's Tuesday's high, we are still back in this area and flirting around with direction of which way we are going to go. So I think that they are waiting for some news on a stimulus package here. They obviously dropped it real fast on Tuesday, moving it down, but at the same time too holding the significant area of 33.28, getting below the low of Monday, and then not finding acceptance for new sellers to come down, popping it all the way back up in a direction to move up towards the all-time high. As an overview, I stated in the beginning of the week and part of last week that what we were doing is looking to make a new all-time high for ES, but NQ had already accomplished that goal weeks ago, getting to the new high, and was dropping it as it was moving down. So even though ES was on the stage of being in the high area for itself, I'm looking at the NQ chart, NQ was pushing down, and now we're in the same area of NQ moving up to push towards the all-time high. So they're looking for some news to do that, and basically ES and NQ is pretty well equal and on the same pace. So if we're into the 3374 for ES, this 185 is going to be important for NQ, which obviously matches up with the high for yesterday and dropping back down. So we still have the range from the low of yesterday that we would be in, and the range on Tuesday as well. So a lot of range or balance that's taking place here. We'll have to wait for the open. NQ, of these were marked before. We are repairing this part of the profile now, which it needed to. When we came up the first time here in NQ, we didn't quite get there. We held the Globex low, and then obviously as it was doing that, it was pulling down and losing these other highs, but still holding valid areas to the left. So we're in this mixed stage, getting back to the ES chart. Here's the 74, and then as we have in here, the levels have changed as well for the one and done methodology. These are marked. They are not necessarily significant. Chartreuse is significant. So these levels can be used for entries, for scalp trades, and also used for direction. So if we lose the 65, you can see we'd be pulling down to the 57 area, and then as we moved up in the Globex on Wednesday, we obviously ended up gaining another pivot here, which was actually the high, if we could bring this over. And so this 57 is an important area to understand for direction, and this here orange line is going to be the open as well. So we have our value areas that are here on the dotted lines, and we're generally holding. As long as we're holding this 58, we could lose it and come back down, which would tell us direction is down. If we're holding this, then it'd be looking to test up into this 79 area. So I really need some more information. Gaining this 74.50 again is a key pivot point that is very important for me to understand direction. We can go back and forth on it, and it makes sense. As I said, we are attempting to go to the new all-time highs, but hitting what was lost in that February time frame to come down is why we're having this back and forth action right now of making a decision. So we are in range, and there should be some back and forth that's taking place. We look to understand how we open today, what type of if we just open up and bomb right up or bomb right down in the direction we want to wait for an indication to tell us which way we are going to go. So currently I am sitting on my hands. If people had played these levels last night, they worked out very well in holding them for scalps. But again, we are wearing this out and they are holding it. So there is a possibility that we could drop back down and then regain the 65, looking back into this area, and if we get a couple closes past this 68 by coming back down, I'll draw it out. So if we come back down, maybe we play this, come back in, and then we regain this 65 and regain this number here and pushing up. By holding this, we would be targeting the upper area of the value here, getting above 74, and then looking at the 74 to help watch us not lose it to continue the move back up. The other scenario too that we have out of here is that there is a possibility that we just come back down, right? We hold this area, we hit the 74, we hold this low, and then move ourselves back up in that area, still watching this 74. So there's a couple scenarios that are there. At the same time too, we could drop back down, and then I would be looking to possibly watch this if we came back down into this area for a long, and then playing this back up here for another short, and we regain it. I'm back up but back down, looking to test in this area of the 53 and hold it. So in order to go back up, I really believe that unless there's a lot of momentum, we need to hold this area 53, 57. If there's a push down, I would be long, and then playing this of taking something off and possibly continuing back up again. So I'm positioning myself for more up until it changes. Losing the 53, 57 area would be my lines in the sand in this open to start to come down to this lower area of the 28 if we can't get past the 74. So those are my scenarios today. I'm watching and seeing how we're going to move, as obviously it can be a little choppy as we are waiting for some information. But as of right now, we are holding the significant area, looking to continue push down. We'll see if we get some confirmation, or the term would be acceptance down, that they would not change the direction and come back up as I talked about. So they might get below here and not accept it up and then come down in this area too. So there's a quick overview of the possibilities today. As we're doing that, we're watching these areas, and I will bounce back and forth on NQ. You can see that we have hit this area to repair it, and now this is significant for direction of the 185, and then in the other areas 147. And if we start pushing down and put a couple candles below this 185 on the 30-minute candles, then we would be targeting the lower area back down here and then making a decision if we get there. If not, maybe we'll drop down on NQ like we talked about, losing the low congestion area for ES, and then holding this and popping it back up, looking for a target up here of 227 in that area, possibly then holding this and getting back up to test here. So let's see how we open. A little bell is just a 15-minute indicator before the market opens. For those, obviously it's open already for CL, pulling this chart in. Levels were stated in the subscription Discord room, in the chart room, and these are the key levels that we're looking at. Again, closing down below yesterday's value high area. This already been tested. Target would be 42.26. Getting out at 42.33 would be a good target, and then looking for continuation back up to test 42.94. So in this area here we have to watch ourselves. Obviously today is Thursday, end of the week, and so we will watch to see the movements that are in here. And as of right now, if we were to look at this from a one-timing perspective, we would need this candle to close below here 42 to start pushing us down. Otherwise, regaining this, we would just keep moving up, and this was just an opportunity for them to get long here again on CL. So we'll do the same thing too when we look over at ES, even though there's a lot of candles here as we're moving around. But at the same time too, in order to go down with these two candles up, we obviously need to lose this and close below 64 to tell us that we're back down. Otherwise, we're just continually moving up. So we'll watch some candle mechanics at the same time and how that's working based upon the profile and the 30-minute candles, if we're one time framing or not. We are still up when we look at the yearly. Obviously we can see that. You've heard me talk about this a couple times. The monthly too, when we look at that, is still up. There is no change in direction. The weekly is still up and pushing. It's just a matter of when it's going to push towards the new all-time high. Unless it changes the direction, we'll change with it. The daily, again, is sitting within yesterday's high and low, but it does not change the upward movement until we would lose 53, and that's why I was highlighting that as being specific. So even if we drop down here on ES and hold this or re-lose it and gain back up, we're continuing the momentum still up on a daily perspective. That's the same thing I mentioned before. The 4-hour is holding a bigger candle to the 4-hour that pushed us up. That is coming all the way from 33.47, 48 area, and out of there, this is the candle that's down. There's the 48 on the 4-hour. This is a bigger one, even though there's ones inside of here, but this has a big 4-hour candle. And so all of this is just inside of the 4-hour candle low here. So losing the daily low and getting back into the 4-hour and regaining this and regaining the daily low of 53, I'll put some lines there, will be significant. That if we do not stay below here, we would be transitioning back up in the area. So we'll look at these areas being of importance here for bigger or intermediate, since we'd be looking at the 4-hour and the daily. So if that changes on us, then there would be some movement down, testing the 28 area, which gets us back into some lower daily candles that we'd be looking at this 28. So we would have confirmation of losing a daily, losing a 4-hour if we come down. I'll draw it out. Losing a daily, losing a 4-hour. This would be the next daily that we would need to lose. And then if we come back up and start regaining this, obviously we'd be pushing up again. So that's a perspective of using some other time frames together as we're watching it. As of right now, we are still up. Yearly, monthly, weekly, daily, 4 hours, trying to make a small transition down so we can get some drops and movements back up. So we have 11 minutes until the market. Let's wait for it, see what we're going to do. Still bullish overall. Hopefully we'll get some opportunities for some movement down, not to get ran over. We'll wait for it to finish and then get long on those to continue. Otherwise we will look to get above if we move up into this area, pull back down, and then move from that direction too. So one last time. Possibility, move down, regain, move up. Other straight line possibility, we move up, we pull back down, then we move up. If not, situation would change as we move down and start losing this, that we'd be watching for a regaining these areas, losing them, regaining them, then up. Grab some coffee, I'll be back. Sorry about that. I am a general contractor as well, so that is some insurance work that popped up on there. If people had seen that. Again, I apologize. Gonna do it again. Okay. So there's the opening print. Down below, we'll need to gain this 158 for confirmation for us to move up, as we talked about moving down lower for ES. So I want NQ to get above 158 to confirm, otherwise it's pushing back down. I got to watch these candles, how they close. So here's a new low. If this comes down and whips up, NQ is probably going to pop back up, but otherwise, as of right now, they're holding the 74.50. We have a good low in the structure and a good high. If we look over here to the left a little bit more, let's identify this. So this is yesterday's. Here is a good low. Here is a good high. Staying below this 68 is something just to watch for. We'll have to see what happens here. Obviously NQ is popping up, making the new highs. So I'm just looking at this rotation back and forth here. So here's the low, and then NQ decided that it wanted to, on the open, continue up. So let's see what happens here as well. I'm kind of sitting on my hands waiting. Possibility for a good long here, but they could psych us out here at the same time and then drop back down. So ES is not gaining the 74. So we might even have some downward moves on ES and upward on NQ. So let's just see if this little flash in the pan here and what's happening. You can see that there's some buyers trying to come in based upon the indicator that you have over here. So we'll have to see how truthful they are or not. As you can see, back down. So even though they pop up, back down here on NQ. So waiting for some decision here of direction. Holding this, not pushing down, is telling me that there's no new sellers here. Not that they can't come in, but that's the same thing here too on ES. We're holding this. So no real decision, just small time players right now. Pushing up and also pushing down. Morning, Brad. So I'm a little mixed here on ES and Q. On the chart, as you can see it, obviously here's the open and the low. I'm waiting for this to make a decision on which way it's going to go. We're holding the 74.50. And then on NQ, the same deal. We're up in here. The 185 is an important number too. We actually repaired some of the profile to the left. So this high for the RTH is important, as well as 74 for ES for me. So I'm basically sitting on my hands at the moment. So I'm going to give this a shot here. Let me just look at one quick thing here. Wait a little bit so I don't miss this. Yeah, I'm gonna wait. Looks like I missed out and should have pulled the trigger like I said. So I'm waiting, not that it won't give me another opportunity. Here we are pushing back up. Ultimate goal here on the first target would be 2247 area for NQ. And ES, obviously I need to get above here, so let's see what happens. It's target hit on NQ, so pushing up and obviously getting into that area of moving towards the new all-time highs. So here's NQ. Not that we can't push up, so I'm looking for some opportunities here to get in. Should have went with my gut here, but that's okay. There's a possibility we can drop here. So I am going to grab this for a short. Now let's wait here. Darn it. Still driving. My issue is like I had said, we're in this value area, we're closing up, so this continuation can push us up back here into 79. I know it's not helpful trading here, so if you didn't take this, you'd be scalping it. So I am going to grab this for a short and try to get something out of here. We're obviously going to need to lose this area here of 72s. See if we're going to get a little back and forth. So I'm watching NQ as well here. So we're still in this area. It can pop up higher. Momentum's up. So looking just to get a little rotation. See if we can get some money out of the market. And then obviously losing this area would be important to me. Back down, screwing around in here. So back to 71s would be good as well. This would be a Globex high we'd have to watch out for, the 75.75. So we're in that area, could push up. We'll see what happens here. Just trying to get some scalps out of here if I can. Otherwise they're going to push it up a little bit higher here. And then I'm still in this rotation of sitting here.
Target filled. Target filled. Target filled.
So this is back into this high in here at 72. It's not much. So I got in at 74.25. Probably get taken out. Don't want to play a game with it. So it either falls or it doesn't. Just have a little bit left on. Probably down to 71 would be good. So I'll do 71.50. It's not much. Waiting for this profile to get going, keeping in mind it's just been a little over 15 minutes, so they're over in that one for so a little something something. Again, playing off the 74. NQ is a little more clearer. Obviously we came up, we had to test this. We fixed this profile here. ES is not ready to make the all-time high, and obviously NQ is not yet either. Pushing back down, we're going to be in some rotation back down here. So we'd be watching this for a short. Losing this area for the previous high on NQ, and also in the area of the value high for yesterday. So by losing that and closing back down, there's a possibility it could push all the way to 0079, but we need to see how this candle closes for us. So, and then we'd obviously need to lose the open. So I have, for those that are viewing, the open clearly marked, so it's easy for folks to see what's taking place. So we had a little bit of an opening drive. Now we could be getting back into some balance back and forth as we've had. We're above, but we'd be in a 2-day balance by losing the 185, playing that area. Hopefully that's making sense as I'm bouncing around here a little bit. So same thing, coming back down, we got to see what's going to take place. We are above yesterday's value, so in order for us to go down, we obviously need to lose this area here. That is currently the developing POC. So setting the expectations when we're in between ranges and 2-day ranges And obviously, if we fall down and get in this range, it'll be a 3-day range. Expectations are kind of short on the moves. We get what we can out of it. I tell my kids, you get what you get, you don't throw a fit. Yes, it could move more, but I'm not sure. So we're looking for the correct expectations of just small moves back and forth. So as was stated up here, 74 was good, back down to what? Either to the top of the POC and or this area here of the 71s, as you can see, is basically hitting it just perfect. And then on the NQ, as we're popping back up, where do we need to go to? So we go into this 225, and there's a drop for something too. If you wanted to hold this on the short, that would be okay. See if we can lose the open and push down more, but otherwise back into the next line area of 185 is a good target. See what happens here. All right, I'm missing some questions here. Scalp short. Let's get some longs. Okay, Tupac just getting caught up here, so was staring at the chart. Looking to get back in. I'm deep GCR and playing a little bit of a fiddle. All right, trend is still up, so we just got to see what's going to happen here. Obviously, on ES, gaining this high is important, and then at the same time too, NQ 185. So even though there's some buying here, it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be up. So my indication, obviously, if we're going to get on a bull run, is I need to get past this high here of 82. Gaining this here would be the same target back down up to this high of 79. If you are long, would be the next good target, and or 77. So they are trying to push. Did not find any sellers down here. So the question is whether or not we have shorter term pushing this up. This is just part of liquidation, and right now we necessarily can't say, since we just have one time frame taking place. So we are waiting to find out. But if it falls down and comes out of here and they don't hold this area for the open for ES, that means that these movement up here are short-term individuals that are in here, not long-term. We're waiting for the big money and a decision to be made. So here we are again. Love to see it. So back up 74, back down. Now we're hitting off the levels that are pre-marked in here. So take those as you will. I don't think you're going to find that happening as much by looking at some other subscriptions or services that are out there. Now it's just a matter of how the levels are played, which is taught in a methodology. But otherwise the levels are given and posted pre-market and then gone over to at the same time. So anybody viewing, even though there's only a small amount of individuals, less than 50 that are viewing this day after day. It's Thursday now, so Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. I upped my lines, changed them a little bit. The market told me that I needed to, but the majority of them are playing, and as you can see, they're in here before, and they're not marked afterwards. So whether or not you want to look at this level being played here, the drop here again, back up to the next levels, obviously you can see how they're working out. So it's up to you how you want to play them, but we teach that at Pro Futures Group. So if you like what you see, please smash that like button and or subscribe so you get the updates when we continue after a while to give free overviews and what is happening in the market. And then if you're interested, there is a code that gets placed. You can go to the Pro Futures website at the same time for a 14-day free trial subscription to be a part of the chart room and get a little more information. glancing over, I have another chart. I probably split these up, but it's okay the way I have it set up right now for the NQ. Obviously losing the 185 like we talked about, testing the open, so we'll have a decision of direction of what's taking place here. And then fits also with us coming back down and holding the PLC if you wanted to use that as a line as well. So waiting for another candle to finish here to give us direction if we're going to continue. Most of the time if people play this, depending on what method you use, I have a combination of all sorts of methods that I use, even though I'm referencing here the profile action as we come back in. Gain, the value low area, you could have gotten long here as well, even though I played this for a short, but that's how some people view this, so there are many options that are there. Back up to the 77 into 74, even though it's a small amount, you could play the long up in here as well. So I'm waiting on a little more information on what's going to take place, and I'll know based upon NQ. Looking at a smaller time frame, you can see what's happening here with NQ testing the open. There were no sellers here again, and there's no sellers here again. We're going to go back up, and it looks like that's what we're doing. So there's the holding of the opening for NQ, and ES never got back down, pushing back up. So again, I'm a little leery as we do this of what type of buyers they are in short term, even though they're popping up out of here and getting in there. We have the good high and low that I had mentioned before, so they can push to test that. But because there is a good high over here, that means that the intermediate sellers came in, so they can come back in here again, even though we're trending back up. So we'll take it one step at a time, and we have a good low, but the trend is continuing. And then NQ is trying to push back up and test its other high that is there. It'll be important on NQ as we get in here that we're watching the previous high. It should be here, and the other one that was here as well. So we basically lost the all-time high for NQ coming up in here as it moved down, retested it, which is a great position. You might have missed it a little bit here, but it makes sense that these drops would be taking place. So they basically work this over. Once it goes, it's going to go through here, but we need to use what we have in front of us to validate direction. So scaling this out a little bit more, it's easier to see. So as we have this here, we obviously know where we're at and what we're in between of the targets back and forth here on the open. So for the last month, we've had multiple gaps up, and like I had said before, as a reminder, we really don't change this upward progression until we have a gap lower. So I need to have a opening below a previous low on the RTH session, and we do not have that. So some people, which a lot do, follow an 80% rule. When we look at profile, we end up losing profile value low for yesterday, pop back up into it, drop back down, and then the target would be on the higher side up here of 79, so you can consider that accomplishing its goal. Two pockets good, so either way around, as long as you're seeing it and getting that in the unconscious of how the market is moving per this perspective, that's what's important. Still considering back and forth action. Just the stalling here of ES, not breaking down, not breaking down, not breaking down, and holding it. Makes sense that they would push it up here a little bit. So your longs from 65 was right on earlier in the Globex. Gets a little hard to trust it. Possibly could go through. Made a decision. So we need to look at this as there's no sellers here, right? Where's the new sellers? Where's the new sellers? They're not there on this 65 area. I think it's been mentioned before too. I'm not following the YouTube. I have too much to do here with the room and the other things that are taking place and trading myself. So if you're in YouTube, I'm sorry if some of the comments aren't getting answered. For some reason it disconnects. There are on Twitch, I would see those. So yep, and as somebody had stated too, since you have the free code for 14 days, if you have some questions, then join the chat room for no obligation, 14 days. And I'd be more inclined to see those come across as I put more more importance on questions that are in the chat room. As we move up, I'm really going to be watching this 85. Like I said, I know we'd be looking for an all-time high, but if this 85, and we have this sequence again of losing these important areas, would be something that I would be looking to try to get short on in case they choose not to go to the all-time high, if they don't like something on the news, or if we have a delay on it. So if this price action would come up, hit this, right, and then start losing this, and this high out of here and coming back down, I would love to get a longer term short. So this 85 is important to me. Not that we're going to get there today. So let's take a look here. We have a bad high. See? So we have a good high here, but now we have a bad high. What that tells me is that more than likely at some point they're going to take that out and move up. And right now, because this is a bad high that's in here, this is just short time players pushing this down. It's not something for me to get on board with right now. Not that they can't go a little bit lower, but and then we have a good high. On NQ. Generally, because I'm setting up my charts, again, we have methods. If individuals are serious and want to be professional, it's the same old theory, teaching people how to fish for themselves. Even though I'm sitting on this chart, I know the numbers. I've been using the numbers over and over for so long that I know what the numbers are that I would be looking for to understand the direction of where we're going, even though I don't have them marked on this chart. So we're basically hitting the value high that's up here, giving a reaction. See if we can lose this area here to push more down. Otherwise, by holding this, momentum's back up and should go make a new high. Still messing around here on NQ. So you see what the level is, 268, you know where that's coming from. Let's clean this up a little bit here, still messing around here. The number is so high it's not a big deal, but obviously from this morning the unemployment claims dropped below 1 million. Obviously it was so high, at some point that's going to take place. So whether or not the market likes that or not, it's just kind of an overview of our current economy. I really don't care how it works out, but it would have been the push up here as we moved back up into off of the 65 close to the 74 was that number coming out. I'm not saying that we won't pop up and make a new all-time high, but it's very normal here when we get into this balance or range back and forth that they're waiting for news. Just the reason I bring that up is it causes me to be patient. Once this builds too, it gives me some plays when I start to see what's happening here. Right now I have nothing worthwhile in my view. We can set up the pattern here of just having the balance back and forth that can extend it to the low or to the high side, but looks like it's going to be a slow day. There's nothing wrong with that. Obviously, not that I need to say that, Tupac, you know, as we mentioned. So you're in your 78, you have 79 up here, right? That's being played. You have the top of the area, which this would be a spike, if you look on the chart from yesterday. So where did it come from? From here, right, into this area, which is right into 79.25. If you pull the profile over, you can see that. You can look at that real quick, right? Right, here's up, here's the spike that's in here, here's 81, here's the shelf, 79.25. $79.25. Again, just looking at this chart, you know what you need to get below, right? Which would be the next little shelf or edge, which would be this right here, which is what we're holding. So if you get the 79 back down, great, you got a scalp out of there, or it continues and then starts building this. The issue is that these individuals here that are selling because it's a bad high are short term. Right, so if you want to be aggressive or whatever, you can do that, and then or play lower size, and if it runs for you and all of a sudden that's the area and drops for 10 points and gets back down to 67 and you got small size on, that's great. But it can bounce around like it's doing here because we've moved up. So you could say intermediate, short term down, right? Intermediate up because we gain the value area and push up. So kind of in between, but there's nothing wrong with it. I think that's great if that's you have a setup, track it and see how it works out. Trade Tupac. You were in it. Nice, Arnold. Here we are still messing around here for direction, right? $74. It's a little hard with these numbers, even though I call out 74 or 28 down below. Um, I use the term pivot point. Some people, another individual that was brought to my attention, uses another way to describe it, which would be a decision point. What's the decision here? Where it's something we need to watch to see what's going to take place. So even if you have the 74, you're up, you get the drop, now you're back into it, you get the drop. Now am I supposed to short it again? Look at all the plays all around it. So it's a good definition by saying a decision point or area that we need to focus on. Sometimes it plays right to it and then falls, but again, we're into the supply to the left from the all-time highs, and the congestion that the all-time highs, the lower end of it, would have lost. And so we've moved above that and are in the middle of areas where there was supply to pop up to make the new all-time highs, and what there was supply to move back down. So I'm going to grab this here.
Order filled.
Try to push up towards the highs here. We still can come back down, but we're in that area. We'll watch this. I don't want to lose the 74 out of there. Don't want to lose the 185, so we'll see if there's some rotation back and forth there. Hey Arnold, glad you see you're in there to look at the view. There's NQ on the screen. So we can still drop back down here, back and forth. Just scalping this to go back up. Hopefully it doesn't flash me down. We'll see what we get out of here. But I'll just play it tight, try to get some more out.
Target filled. Target filled. Target filled.
So it might only be at up into the 76.25, but I'll hang on the small size here again. See if it'll run back up, get to 77. I doubt it will, so could be wrong. They want to push it, and there's buyers here.
Stop filled.
So there's the out. Imagine this breaks new high today, but the single prints we get. So just silence. You must be talking about down here with the single prints for NQ, Arnold. Obviously it had a chance to do it, it's not, so we need to lose the 094 first, otherwise we're going to push back up. And again, we are just back and forth, so I wouldn't worry about them. It's just a matter of identifying when they're going to take place. At the same time too, as we're moving up, these would have been on my chart areas of focus. Not necessarily I'd have to go look at single prints of this 200 and or up above that we played on 224. So single prints or other areas need to be filled in. They chose to fill these in first. So at some point they will come down, that's true, and hit this area of 076, but for right now that's not what they're doing, so I wouldn't worry about them too much. Right, 185. So they're holding that open. You can see it on my chart here as well. Alright, so just kind of back and forth until decision is made. Again, when we have this back and forth here, it's short-term buyers or sellers. We're waiting for, if you want to say, big money to come in or decision. So the reference always is that when we're playing these opens, somebody like Wells Fargo or whoever, Morgan, they're not buying everything right here. They're too big. They can't do it. So they use this term reference points or visual reference points, that us as retail traders are playing these. So not that you wouldn't play them, don't get misconstrued of what I'm saying. It's just that they are visual reference points that those that don't have very, very large accounts are using. Because if somebody wanted to come in here and get 20, 50,000 contracts in, they're not going to do it right at this price. But we do as retail. So that means retail, we're intraday or shorter term individuals. When we get the parabolic moves and it keeps pushing up, then that's when the big players are in there. So we're able to identify and have our expectations set up correctly by what type of individual we're working with. And then you see that on the profile. So again, even though this drops down, if there were commercial or big buyers here, they wouldn't let this happen. They would keep going. So we're just back and forth on the retail, making a new low, coming back up, and still holding this. So this right here on ES would be considered, it's not necessarily the term, but would be like a bad low here again. So these are just retailers using this to buy this up. It's not excess, like this is excess down here, would be intermediate instead of smaller time frames. So when this pushes, you see where it goes. They're just in between here. Individuals are buying here at 72 like I did, getting out up here, getting out of the way, now it's done. So excuse me. Tubek, you should be having a really good week from what you're posting, it looks like here. Which is awesome, if so. Well, we talked about that. I don't know if anybody's taken the opportunity from Sunday to look at some of those meditations, but that's where it starts out with the number one, looking at setting your goals, which is focused upon outcome, and pushing that to the side and staying with the process. It's natural. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it, but hopefully those are helpful. When you find yourself in that situation, make sure you take the time for 20 minutes or 15 or whatever it is and go back and look at it and listen to that, so you can set that tone of, hey, I just want to be patient and stay with the process. If it doesn't work, even if there's multiple consecutive losses, doesn't stop from the process being successful over time. As I posted yesterday, I ended up having a losing day, and then I made some of it back, still staying with the process on playing that 65, and then some of the drop later on in the day as well, not getting all of it, but getting back in the process, so it wasn't just like over with because there was a opening drive that hurt my position as a short, coming off of the 50s, the 55s. Back into the process. That's all we care about. So NQ pushing up here again. So we're not giving it up, that's for sure. Sounds good, Tupac. Awesome. So we're going to watch for this losing the 74 on ES. I don't think that we're going to, but that's line in the sand. So if we push this up here and do not put in a good high, I'm probably going to look for a short here. You know, we're pushing up. I'm not saying that it can't keep going, but again, I'm looking for a transition back down before it goes up here. Guess I should have just stayed. Yeah, Arnold, it can still dump here a little bit, right? So rangy. Obviously pushing up, holding those lows over there at the 094. Same thing for ES as you look at the chart, which would be 3365. Not having those sellers we talked about pushing up. I'm not saying it's going to keep going, but obviously it could. So looking for a little back and forth until something happens. They're not communicating to me right now that rumors are out that something's going to happen for a stimulus package. So we are just bouncing around here, and obviously NQ can move a little bit more than ES because of the volume, which is very typical. So losing this previous high up here is going to push us down. We are testing the open from Friday. If momentum kicks in, this area of the 268 is worn out. So, but there's a possibility even before the news that they could make a new high and then dump this again and go through the same pattern. So either way, it sounds like you made money off the longs. I wasn't worried about missing out on anything as of yet. So here comes some sellers just trying to. So this is a good high. If NQ starts losing this area here, be a confirmation to get back into range and down below. It'd be nice if there were some gaps here. There's no gaps. So even though I hear the sounds or whatever coming up, possibility, like I said, a bad high, trapping longs up above there, ES is not giving me a confirmation, so don't want to just hit the button short. From a time frame perspective, obviously this shaded area, green, 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 chartreuse, whatever you want to call it. Right, so be looking to get below 70. Even if we do regain this back up, would push me up or step down. So I have a couple scenarios using off of this. Right, I'd want to close below here, pop back up, then down. Right, otherwise the other scenario is we drop back down. I don't close below this, and I just wick. Right, and we take off. I'm here. There's just not a lot to do. CL's attempting to dump here, so give it a couple minutes. You'll be able to see um, changing the momentum here a little bit. Right back into the range area. I talked about this in the beginning. We actually need to close below this candle. We're attempting to now push back down. So by closing below, would be targeting the 42.26. I originally had said there's a good target there, 42.33, but you'd be into this area here. So by doing that, we would be looking to get down to yesterday's value low. So here comes some sellers. See if they're real or not. CL pushing down to hit that target that I talked about. Short time activity here again. Right, here's my level for confirmation. On NQ. Even though there's sellers, well, I said let's see if they're real or not. I shouldn't even say if they're real or not. They obviously are. If there's going to be new sellers that are going to come in. If longs are going to start liquidating and some new sellers come in, then they push it down. We need to get below here as well. Better way would say is I'm not convinced right now. $42.38 is going to be key to get acceptance for CL to move down. $42.38. NQ testing highs here again. Still waiting on that scenario I talked about of the individual candles making a change in direction. So it's the same thing if I talk about this again. Not sure, but in the room, let's just do this on the CL chart. So I mentioned it, not sure if you guys could see it on the Twitch or wherever when I pull a chart in there. But as that candle is, the little green one there, if you click on the chart on the CL, you can see that I can't get below that low that I needed to. So not that it won't, but that would be an indication if you were trying to get down and being on that short, trying to get to the 42.33 area or into the 42.26, which would be the value low. You need to see that continuation of that candle, and when it's not doing it on its timing, it needs to go right away. It would be an indication of, hey, if I was short, maybe I should get out of some of these. So there's an example of that one time framing. Not that it can't go, but we would be watching this candle. So even though I'm watching the candles here on ES, you can do the same thing, say, watching these candles. Right? So we don't necessarily have a trend up. It is trying to, by this candle not losing the low here, and this candle not losing this. There can be a change in transition, but it still is pushing up. A little different view on ES. Up, green, green, pause. This candle can still go green. Why I wasn't convinced on the short. Otherwise, basically, I'm screwing around from a range here of what, 75 to 77. I'm going to grab this on ES.
Order filled.
Might be a mistake, so we'll see. Maybe I didn't say so short when I said I'm grabbing this short. Might be a mistake. Apparently it looks like it is. No losing this, so if I can lose this, that'd be beneficial, not make a new high, but it doesn't look like that's going to take place. And Q tested new highs. Not that we're going to get into it right away, but this would be, I had said that we needed to get out of there, and you can see what's happening here. So we're probably going to push up higher, but we would have this area here. So no reason the way these bars look, being all green, that it wouldn't go up higher. So goes up, I'll have to eat this. Still short. 2.5 points in the hull right now. 3. See if we can get a little help from NQ here. I doubt it, but we'll see. Yeah, I just looked, Tupac. I see that's dumping. CL. So I need to lose the 77, 75. Obviously, we have the other high that's over here as well, so it'd be in this area of 79. So, I mean, we'll take it one step at a time. I have to make a decision whether or not I'm going to peel some off here. So, current target's at 74, 72, 69s. We're going to get a little pop here. It'd be nice to be wrong. I actually wish that this would have went up a little high and put a good high in here. Not that it can't fall, but like I said, I need to lose this 77.25. So this is probably going to end up, if I forecast this, we're going to do this like this, right? Same situation, not good. So, need to lose this, not. They are absorbing when this push down these buyers down here. I'm sorry, absorbing the sellers. The buyers are absorbing that. So need to lose that 79.25. It needs to go now. Obviously, in hindsight, thinking, hey, got to be long here. Up to 77, so I'm going to wait and see what happens. If he takes out and goes up to the new high, obviously I'll be out. More than likely that is what would take place, but we will find out here shortly. Again, not getting any help here. No loose 77, 75. So we'll see. Even it does, I'm not expecting it to dump unless something happens. With London and all that, so. I don't have the best of entry here, so. Might only get down to 76. So it needs to push hard here. Not good on the pause there. We have a new candle, so let's see, there's that 74 again. So this G period cannot get above this 79. If it does, it's in trouble. Not that it's not already. Question is, I just want to get rid of this. I almost want to be long. There's a 76. It's got to push to start managing this trade. We're in the top of the PLC here, which we'd have to lose and lose this candle on NQ. So see if I can get down. I expect it to drop here and then pop again. So I got to get some off here. Time is it? A little after 10:30. That might be it, like I said, 76. So it needs to go. I'm going to start even managing this more. It stops. I'm in at 75.75, so I mean I could take this crap off here. Getting the rotation all the way down from 85 points, what we talked about, so I'm not seeing continuation here yet. So let's go. Go, 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 go. Into this.
Target filled. Target filled.
Really feel like that's it. I gotta get out of this crap.
Target filled. Target filled.
So I did not get a good position, a good entry on this. I had to hang on that, like we talked about a little bit. Again, is part of the strategy. This can come down here. We lost the 77, so we're in the range. If you look on my chart here, obviously we didn't go up as high as I had thought, but at the same time too, we now have some distribution or setting up where it's at. But again, managing it correctly, like I said, I'm in the PLC. We're finally losing a candle over here on NQ. Because of the entry wasn't that good, so I'm trying to get target into this area. To drop down below here would be asking a lot, so we're holding this area here. So even though it's a bad entry out of there, we have this back down into the 74 area, so can't take a chance. We could lose this or whatever else, and that's fine, but if I would have had a better entry, it would have been fine. Either way, it's not a losing trade and managing it correctly. Part of the methodologies, again, that I teach, if you are listening out there, is to how to manage these trades. So even if you have it out of there, generally it's a 6-point loss. Sometimes if I am in a swing trade, I'll have a little more position on there, but from the one and done methodology as we're playing the levels, if you would have came in here and played this level of 77, you would have needed to go up 6 points. Which would have brought you up higher, obviously, to take you out. If not, you'd be playing back down into the next level, which is 74. You'd try to get 5 points out of there, but because of the push-up and the transition, then to manage the trade correctly helps you stay profitable for the day. Hit that smash, hit that, like I say, I don't even do it. I'm not even a social guy. Smash that like button and follow us. Whatever, it's up to you guys. You want to make money? Come in the room. You got 14 days free to get in. If you don't, you want to be a putz, don't come in. Did you get some of that? Scalp? Looks like you had posted that, so it looks like you might have got some of that. On the short and having a better entry? Or were you just giving me some assurance that we might fall back down? Nice. Good job. Yeah, lose that 74, you're good. So Obviously, you have your targets on bands and everything else, but getting back in to hold that POC of 72. We'll see what happens. Like I said, there's a part I should probably be long here, not to talk you out of it. So we are back and forth, and we have a good high to bring that in perspective. And then Arnold, you can see that too. You're right down to the band. Yeah, let's see. Lower BB5 holding. Push up. Yep. And then Arnold, you can see here on NQ too. So I have this drawn out again, even though they're not single prints, right? It's a low value node, if you want to say that. This here did not fill those in. This did. So if you were dropping down, it's the same deal. We need to, on this time frame, hold this to continue down lower to get below here. So as I mark these all the time, it helps people understand a little bit from a profile perspective what the hell's going on. That a lot of people don't necessarily share what's taking place. So there is not necessarily what people talk about a TPO count. I'm not counting TPOs, but I am watching as far as if you were to come in here, start looking at letters, right? Like I said, we're in the G period. So when we're in here, the G period is starting here, and when it's coming down, there were single prints in here, so I needed to target that and pushed a little bit lower, right? So we'd have to wait for the next period by using a TPO count. So after G, we'd get the next letter, and then that would start filling this up here again. So love the 80. Who's this? Who's posting this in the room? Who is that? ES. Love the 80s, like the music? You love 80s music? You're sick. Next thing he's going to be telling us is he used to travel on tour with Kiss. Hmm. Cool, Tupac. I'm gonna warm up my coffee. Nice, Arnold. Where'd you get in at? If you don't mind me asking. Seems like you guys are kicking butt. Nice to hear about it in the stream, so. Tupac probably had the right idea. Taking a break here now. The real Tupac.
Froggy Fresh 2012. Yeah, we back up in this. Y'all already know. 'Cause I am the baddest of them all. If you ain't about money, then I don't mess with y'all. Y'all think I don't get girls? 'Cause I ain't very tall. If she see my stacks, I bet you that she goes, you know that I am the baddest of them all. If you ain't about money, then I don't mess with y'all. Y'all think I don't get girls? 'Cause I ain't
Nothing like being a teenager. Top of the world. Top of the world. Actually, that picture up there with Ryan and his boys, he should have been doing that with those masks on when he was in paintball. Top of the world.
Come here. Come here.
Alrighty then. Hmm. Seems to me CL's got to go back to 4250. Be aware we're going to have contract change over here soon too. Pretty positive Ryan has the months listed. Be a little difficult on the charts to see this, you know. Those that are looking on Twitch or that, we can open this up a little bit more for you, you know, because the levels are there. So coming back down to 74, back up to 77.25, and you can see the reaction that's taking place. For some reason it looks a little blurry. Might just be Twitch or something. Either way, I'll have to check my settings on that, but see what happens here. Seems like on Twitch that theater dark mode's better. To the moon, Alice. To the moon. 3 points for me, Tupac, on GC. Start out with. Oh, there he is. He's finally awake. I know we can pop here on ES, but in my opinion, it's getting a little too long in this short cycle. I'm a short here on ES.
Order filled.
All right, we're having fun now. Jeez. Cheese. So 3380 needs to fill, but we'll probably move higher on ES. Do I have that right? You're talking about on the profile? Well, that's the edge, right? They need to get above that. But again, we're back and forth here. So yeah, at some point they will. There's a good high there. But again, they're too long here again in this short time frame. When you have that edge up there at 79.50 area, it's too short is how they view that in there too. So it's why I'm willing to be short here and scalp this back and forth as I've been doing all day long here. So but eventually, yes, they will go higher than that. You'll have to look that up, Arnold. Too long or too short. It's hard to explain, but they did the same thing. They were too long from the bottom. So not that they can't go up higher or whatever, but the thought is like if you have weak, bad lows, right, and it's moving up, it's trapping the sellers that are down there, and then at the same time too, they consider that not a good low, so it would be getting too long because it needs to have excess, or the auction process needs to be complete. So that area up at this high in the 79 area, 50, the auction is not complete. So when they get up there and push it down, they'd be considered too short. So hopefully they drop it down here a little bit more and I get some fills. Screwing around here, so
Target filled. Target filled. Target filled.
Obviously on the screen you can see the 77, 75 again, so looking for a push back down. See when we get to 76.50. Those will be out of this. Just I mean, it's almost embarrassing or whatever. I mean, it's basically a 1.25 scalp or whatever else. So you have some volume on there, it helps out, but a win is a win. So I'm in at 78.75, sitting +1 at 78. Either drops down to 76, fills the last portion, or just takes me out.
Stop filled.
So flat. Needed to lose this 77.75. You can hear the buyers coming back in, holding it. Not that they can or whatever else, but again, taking what is available for me. Would have liked this to push down a little bit more, but we're in here. And again, he had said can go up to 79. Already went up there a little too long. Still can push back down, but it's in the middle of the day. So again, the stream's going to shut down on Twitch or YouTube. Hit that subscribe button if you haven't already, and or like what you have. I'll continue tomorrow too. It's been a full week of having a live stream. Been able to hear my 2 cents. Whether or not it's worth anything or not, I don't know. I believe it brings value. Most people tell me it brings a lot of value. Hearing what's in a trader's mind as they're moving back and forth and providing the levels that are happening as a testimony of what Pro Futures Group offers. So if we can help, that's great. I'm sitting here during the day. Would love to. You have the opportunity to grab a free 14-day, you've been hearing me talk about it all the time, code that you can go to Pro Futures Group and plug that in and get into the chat room. Yeah, no obligation. If you don't like it, just cancel it afterwards and move on. Pretty straightforward in my opinion. I mean, it's basically 95 bucks for 2 weeks just on the trades that I've shown over the last week, except for yesterday when I said I held something a little too long. It does happen. I knew I was wrong. I should have followed with it, but there's multiple trades that have paid for being in the chart room and having access to other traders that are professional, hence the term Pro Futures Group, that we do this for a living. So if interested, giving you every opportunity and everything I can possibly give you to come in and check us out in a little more detail. We're gonna have days like this. Obviously, it's slow. Might be lunch or whatever else that's taking place. Could move afterwards, just like we did yesterday. We messed around for about 3 hours and then finally got a push down. Same thing that happened if you're looking on the chart on Tuesday. Up, sat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it would have been 6 half-hour periods, 3 hours. And then moved. So, but we are in that supply from up above again from February time frame and what we had moved down from and the lower that congestion. So there is supply there. They're trying to work their way through it. It wouldn't be surprising to me that we pop. Sometimes Globex make a gap higher, move up to the top, and then fill that gap the next time and start moving down as well. That would be another scenario. What a day, what a day. These are going to happen every once in a while. It's pretty normal. Especially with the move that we had, you know, this drop down and then the pop back up. Gut says short, but at the same time I'm not going to do it. It's not in my method. So we still have 4 periods up. Couldn't get past the last one, so trend still up. If we look at a little more clear picture, right? We're up, even though we have a small little inside bar, we're continuing back up. I've mentioned this before, even if we lose one of the bars here and can't continue, then the trend continues back up. So we are still upward trend trying to push. The reason that I say short, as I mentioned this before, I feel like they are these longs that are in here are too long. So here's a little pullback coming. So into that 80, trying to get above, but like I had said before too, this is a shelf that is here. So we'll see what happens out of there. But if they drop this down here too, then these shorts are getting too short. Sometime maybe in the room I'll explain this a little bit more, but for the public, you need to come into the room if you want to learn about it. Couple more minutes till we sign off here. I know some new people came in, but pretty slow day after the first initial move and pullback as we come up. So we look at this for ES. As we talked about this too, opening is the shaded area. Here's the opening print. We move up, we retested it, and got above levels that were important to us. Holding the 185, there was a couple levels that we talked about that were in the profile here that we needed to get up to and test, in which we did. And then this was right where it was, right here, and pulling back, and then getting up to the next one up above. So we are looking to wait for the market to get an accelerator to push up to make new all-time highs. There are no sellers over here. I'm not sure why somebody would even want to buy, but the algos will push it up as we get there. So there was the opportunity that we would continue up with the trend. We did. We were holding the areas of the low down here at 0.94. All these levels were put in here prior, and then obviously playing this, wiping this out for it to move up, and the Globex session getting above the previous high, losing it but not closing below to continue the move up. And we basically had the same pattern. Instead of sitting at the highs here in the previous session for NQ, we ended up over here sitting at the previous, whoops, let me pull this in here, at the previous area of support, which would have fit with the time frame from yesterday and the open of holding this and having a level of 65. The open obviously came in here, and then we drove back up, playing the levels. There was a level at 74 that could have been played for a drop, then back up, and even though this is a 30-minute period time frame, 77 played back down to 74, and then back up again. So there were multiple plays, even though it seems to be a little slow today in the price action. We happen to have a balance where this current range is within yesterday's range, and in that there's 2 time frames out of there. We have good lows on both sides, so more than likely we'll continually push back up. I am looking for 33.86 for a number, which would be a good target after gaining this high, the RTH high here at 82. If we move up and then re-lose that, we need to push down, but our significant number is 74.50, and then to change what's taking place, I have them marked here in blue lines. This would be changing the daily perspective coming down previously, which would be important to me once this opened here. We now have a new daily low that we would have to lose, and then continuation down would be losing this 53, and then a higher time frame from a big push up that we had on a 4-hour to confirm down would be 48. So we need to lose these dailies to start making a change, and then the next significant number is going to be 33.28. These are major pivot points for me where decisions are being made. As we played to the 74 and then now we're above it, we are going to continually push up, and then as we come into it, we'll see what happens at the end of the day. So it is noon for Twitch. Wanted to give an overview, and for YouTube viewers that are viewing this live and free, so I wanted to give that overview again of what took place today. We are looking to get above and watch this on NQ for a number 268 and hold this, look for acceptance above it, that new buyers would come in, and then we will be using this level to understand direction of coming back down if it chooses to do that at some point. So let's go make new all-time highs on ES and on NQ, and let's hold those, and we'll wait for a transition back down. We have a little bit of ways to go, but obviously we need to get into that 3400 area for ES. So if you have not subscribed, please do that. You'll get updates. Tomorrow I will be live again till noon. It's been Monday through Friday all of this week, and then we'll probably go back to once a week, but there is a code on ProFuturesGroup.com website that if you're interested in getting into the chat room for 14 days free, there's a code there. There's no obligation. You can quit at any time. Come and check us out and get some more information on the methods and the processes that we follow. So I appreciate everybody viewing today. I will be signing off.